tonight, 5th of November, at the AWD Smith Garage. Turn that down a little bit. It's actually not super cold yet. Right, for the benefit of the VOD, we continue tonight working on the neighbor's Subaru with valves and stuff. So we have all the parts here now, so should be able to keep going through the weekend, although it is Saturday. Got a little bit of work done yesterday. Both gloves. Time for new gloves. Hopefully, the camera won't continue to shit the bed today like it was doing last night. I'm gonna work for 15 minutes and then shut off. If it does, I'm just gonna switch to my other phone, because that's some bullshit there. Plug the battery in right away. Hey! So last night we were working on valves, lapping exhaust valves, and whatnot. This evening we will be continuing on valves. I don't know how long I'm going to stream tonight. It's a little after 6 right now. Gonna do stuff tomorrow afternoon, so we'll see how it goes. These folks to show up. Righty then. Box parts fall over. Got tensioner. It's a box, but there's a new tensioner in it, so that's nice. And valve seals. If I was thinking ahead, I would have gotten 16 of these instead of just 8. So I'm going to pull the intake valves and lap them real quick, but I didn't. Just have to deal with it. Work surface down there. Adjourn to the house at some point to look up some torque values for this stuff. Burn that bridge when we come to it. I just gotta figure out where I put this socket that I need. Dressed up like a man. Is it? That is it. All right, cool. You rock the guys. Um, I gotta dig out the. Maybe if I'm lucky, somebody will pop into the chat and have all data or something up, and I can. Can you pull up the specs for these? Otherwise, I'll have to run in and pull up the service manual I have downloaded. I should have thought to print that out when I was sitting on my duff this afternoon, but. Oh well. I have to do clearances on those when it's all back together. Should be, So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this spark plug seal, spark plug tube seal off. What I'm going to do is just wonder if I shouldn't have gotten a one of the spring-loaded valve compressors to help if I turn around this way so I can actually see, actually have light on what I'm actually working on. Boy, there's some cactus building up in there. Look at all that crap. That's nice. dirt out of there. And so I want the red stuff. Sort of. I was actually planning to come out at like 3 o'clock or something, and then, you know, took a nap, sort of, and that's fine. I'll be here for a while. It's gonna be a lot of repetition, kind of like last night. Bigger one. Okay, that didn't work. Yeah, like I said, I was gonna come out earlier, and then ended up not coming out earlier, and it's sort of early. I mean, I've been home since like 1:30 or so. It occurred to me that it's daylight savings time tonight, so I could, or tomorrow morning, 2, I could go crazy and just keep streaming into, assuming that my camera doesn't, you know, fuck up again like it did last night. What the hell was up with that? But, I just keep streaming until the clock's changed. Blew up the pumpkin. Are you celebrating Guy Fawkes night or something? Got that cleaned up just a smidgen there. Fair enough. I got no problem with blowing stuff up for giggles on occasion. Hey, I'm right there with you. I will be here, unless something terrible happens, in which case I won't be. Heater up a little bit. Go out for kerosene next week at this rate. Let's see how much of a tiny bastard these are going to get back in. Unfortunately, I found my needle nose pliers last night. And they're even the ones I bent the tips on. What for the better of holding things? Maybe put you in up at the top first. Nope. There we go, got one in. Nope, that's not working. I suspect that there's an easier way to do this. Hopefully I'll stumble across it by accident while I'm doing this, but it's always possible that I won't. Well, it looks about the same as the other. There's a little gap on one side of the keeper, so cool. Call that one done. On to the next one. So I'm working on this side. There's still two exhaust studs sticking out of the other side, so it's a little tricky to balance the head on the flat surface. Did it? It probably is. Alright. .50cc two-stroke, I imagine, is going to be one cylinder. That makes it pretty simple, like a lawnmower engine. Hey, cool. Yeah, I understand that used turbo cars are can be hit or miss. It's just not sticking. I picked up a six-cylinder Outback month before last. Stay stuck, damn you. Whoa. Water-cooled 50cc, wow. I'll admit to not getting into little stuff that much. It's not working at all. Man, this was hard enough with a... Yeah, I picked mine up in upstate Pennsylvania, and it's not in bad shape, all things considered. But, it's got well, I got it for cheap because the rear subframe was rotten on the thing, so I had to put a subframe in it. But engine seems to be running pretty good. Transmission seems pretty good. No, 6-cylinder automatic. I should have sprung for the more expensive valve lappers. I need to... or just find the magic spot. Yeah, I think you can bolt up a 6-cylinder to a 5-speed box, but all the factory ones were automatics. My Impreza's a 2.2 5-speed. Yeah, the Outback still has some rust problems that I'm gonna have to, body rot that I gotta take care of at some point. But, this one that I'm working on actually is a manual, but it's a 2.5 because obviously only 2 cylinders on this head. Wish this would stick better than it is. Okay. You could probably even get the turbo diesel Subarus over there. I should say more a factory turbo diesel Subaru more easily than we can. Yep. Yeah, my family's a little different than the norm. The first, I've seen Adjusty. Don't know if I've seen one in person. Adjusty was after the 1000, right? I have to look it up to see what I remember what it looks like. I'm sure when I get a picture of it, I'll say, "Oh yeah, that's right. That's what that looks like." The Justies were little hot hatch things. Yeah, I don't think I've seen one in person. An all-wheel drive Justy. Hey, why not, Yeah. There's crap built up in these bolt wells. Camera's still running? Yeah, good. Yeah, the only time I've been let down in the winter, sort of. It's not a freeway per se, but it's a 4-lane. It's not a freeway in that it's not controlled access, but it's a 4-lane state road. Believe it or not, the place that I lived before this was an apartment on a beef cattle farm, and we had a controlled access highway probably within about a half a mile of the apartment, and just on account of the way the terrain was shaped, it was easily twice as loud at night with all the trucks going by as it is here. Yeah, I get a little bit of traffic noise during the day, and there's a there's a fire station about probably a quarter mile down the road. So we usually get a couple ambulances coming by every evening. Every now and again there'll be a fire call, and all the trucks roll out. And I've always lived in sort of a semi-rural area. But, yeah, well, I've joked about it, you know. I've got a kerosene heater behind me and, you know, spraying brake clean and carb cleaner and stuff around here, and you know, undoing fuel lines and all that. I've joked about, you know, if there's a bright flash and the stream goes dark, then I've probably blown myself up. And hopefully I don't have to call on them anytime soon. Yeah, always been sort of semi-rural areas, but we've always, you know, my apartment wasn't on a main road, but you know, like I said, I could hear the highway from there, you know, pretty well. And the house I grew up on was on a main road going into town, and I was growing up right during a big development boom in our area, putting up housing developments all over the place. And you kind of get used to, well, I kind of got used to the noise. It doesn't bother me a whole lot most of the time. find the... where's the Scotch-Brite? Not actually sure what the population of the next town over is. I guess I could look it up. I'm actually I'm in a township outside of a larger town. I'm sure it is. Been a while since I've been in that neck of the woods, but yeah. So next closest town to me is about 9,000 people. Yeah. I'm gonna say back in I think we drove through there on a trip once. It was back in, say, 98 or 99. My family went over, did sort of we were there for maybe 10 days or so. My dad had been in Italy on business, and my mom and my sister and I flew over and met him in Paris. So we stayed in France for a few days. Drove through Belgium, Netherlands very briefly. Luxembourg, and then stayed the last 3 or 4 days in Germany. Yeah, Europe. Yeah, there's old places in the States, but yeah, it doesn't compare to some of the old places in Europe. How long has this been running for? 35 minutes. That's pretty good. Yeah, not really. And my grandparents used to live only 700 years. Yeah. But, yeah, my grandparents, when they were still alive, and my dad's parents, when they were still alive, lived down south in Tennessee, and that's probably about I'm gonna say maybe a 16-hour drive, maybe 14, but and that's not even halfway across the states, and we would do that in 2 days when I was younger. And But yeah, you can go from, like you said, 5 countries in a day, and like it's nothing. And one of my coworkers is going out next week to Missouri, which is a little farther west than Tennessee, but not quite as far south. This is one daughter is graduating Army basic training next week, so they're going down for her graduation, and he like non-stop driving, it's like 16 hours, and you're just about halfway across the country. Yeah, okay. I know Europe roughly. But I also know the States roughly. I actually looked at where Missouri was the other day, and it's like, oh, that's not as far south as I imagined it in my head. I should have some tweezers out here. Saying that, I probably do have some. Don't know where the devil they are. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That could well be. I don't know how many. Well, and there's probably Amish all over the country. I don't know how many are. I don't think Tennessee has a great population of Amish. Actually, I think the state that has the greatest Amish population is Ohio. But I was not to say we have quite a few of them in Pennsylvania, and quite a lot of, even just like a couple of generations removed from me, that are, still speak a lot of Pennsylvania Deutsch. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know a little bit of German, but and the Dutchies definitely speak a different dialect. Yeah, I'm about an hour and a half, 2 hours from Pennsylvania Dutch country, such as the tourism advertising calls it. I actually had a customer at work ask me if I verstayed something once. Ja, ich verstehe. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Why are German service manuals so thick? Because every freaking part name is like a mile long. I do not, but I suspect that it's suitably atrocious. That's it? Vergasser? That's not nearly as long as I expected it to be. Makes sense, though. That's too big. Add some more of this. That's probably on the... Yeah, a little bit. Auspoof. Makes sense. Sticks a little better when you Zylinder Kopfdeckel. Okay. Which is, I believe I have those in another box somewhere here. Fortunately, we never got into a whole lot of technical stuff when I took German in high school. Oh, hey, stick around, you might learn something. Yeah, I'm doing this as a side job for my neighbor. It has a sort of long and sordid history with the original motor out of the thing. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, basic maintenance is not a bad thing to learn, as we have, like I said, I'm doing this as a side job for my neighbor, but my day job is not as much engine repair. I'm more suspension and steering than I am, tearing engines down and stuff. But yeah, if more people had just basic maintenance knowledge, they'd have so many fewer problems. Hey! Dropped right where it needed to be. I couldn't do that again if I tried. But, yeah, so this, I've been wrenching on this thing for a couple of weeks here. I just finally got all the rest of the parts I need in. Damn it. Yeah. That's actually how this came to be. It's the owner, the original motor in this had an oil leak, and he knew about it, but he, ended up not checking it for long enough at one point, and starved the engine out for oil, and blew something up, wrecked the cam or something. And he had a guy offer to put a motor in it for him. Ah, welder, cool. I'd like to get a TIG machine sometime. I can get a few more of these side jobs, maybe afford one. I just have a little MIG welder over here, which is does enough for what I need it to do, but fuck's sake, gotta be an easier way to do this. So yeah, my neighbor had a guy offer to get a junkyard motor and swap it over for him. And then, all right, sure. I gave him money to buy the motor, and he took the old motor out, put the yard motor in, and it may have started once, and it's been sidelined for, well, it hadn't been on the road for like a year and a half now, nearly. But the guy couldn't get it running and just up and disappeared. And, my other neighbor introduced me to him, and I asked if I'd take a look at it, and yeah, sure. And oh boy, does this thing have problems. And get all the carbon out of there. Yeah. So this thing was didn't start. It would crank over, but it wouldn't run. Wouldn't start, wouldn't run. And then if you turned it over by hand, if the clutch was engaged, it would only go so far, and then it would lock up. And but if you disengage the clutch, it would turn over. So what I ended up finding is there's alignment pins between the engine and transmission, and there's only supposed to be 2 of them. And when you separate the engine transmission, they'll stick in one or the other, or both will stay in one or something. this guy ended up, when he pulled the old motor out, both of those alignment pins were in the transmission, and the yard motor that he got still had both of the pins in it, and he smushed it together. So we think that there was some misalignment between the engine and trans causing that weird, locking up issue. Then after I got the motor out of it and found that, I'm looking, and the timing belt was off by like 8 teeth on the crank pulley. And so those are all sitting pretty much, this is pretty flat and level, and some of those are more obvious than others. It whacked every single exhaust valve in the motor. So, doing exhaust valves, and while I had it off, I just gonna lap the intake valves real quick. I lapped all the exhaust valves last night when the camera was friggin' little cell phone streaming rig was giving me the absolute fits. And the thing of it is, this motor has cutouts in the pistons for the intake valves, but not the exhaust valves. Yeah, if you're not going too fast, sometimes it won't wreck anything, but if you're turning over pretty good, you can say goodbye to at least some of your valves. So I need to. Hey, thanks for following, by the way. I'm doing valves and timing tensioner, head gaskets. Oof. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to share my criminy. That's stuck on there pretty good. Oh, there we go. Woo! Crushed that guy. I think I got new ones. Is that there's like a, hard to see there, but there's like a little retaining groove in the valve guide. Open up my I do pretty much I'll do everything from your regular passenger cars, light trucks, pretty much anything up to, I think I go up to like 10 or 15,000 pound GVW, light trucks, quote unquote. But nothing particularly special. A lot of it's all the same. Give you a little tour real quick here. Once I'm done with this thing and get that all back together, hopefully in the next couple of days, I get working on my Jeep again, doing brake work. Old Ford tractor back there that may get some attention at some point. But, yeah, I was saying put a bore scope down this before I pulled the heads off. You can see the little marks. You see all the cutouts that match up with the intake valves perfectly, and these little marks right here below the cutouts hit the exhaust valves every single cylinder. And I clean most of the carbon off of these, but you can still see the impressions from the exhaust valves. That it's no wonder it wouldn't run. I was turning it over by hand. I thought the thing had compression, but it was just the valves hitting the piston. Leaf, coil, double wishbone, McPherson, you name it. Transverse leaf. And I had a '77 Corvette in the other day. Yeah, I had my Outback in the other day. You know, like I said, I get big Ford trucks and vans and all kinds of stuff. That is actually an AM General. That's an M151A2. Yep. It's got a little. Go over. Yeah, the Ford tractor's a overhead valve push rod. This one's an overhead valve push rod. Yeah, these were actually designed by Ford in the late 50s. Then AM General built them in the 70s. But yeah, just a little 4-banger. Nothing special. But I need to either rebuild this again or send it out to be rebuilt, which I probably end up doing, as it doesn't idle for shit. But the immediate attention it needs is brake work. It pulls pretty fiercely to the right when you step on the brakes. That'll be upcoming once. Yeah, that's been my project for the last like 7 years. So. Finally get the silly thing, insured and registered and out on the road, and step on the brakes and it either tries to pull me over into the ditch or the right wheels lock up. Like, jeez. So not great fun, but we'll get it fixed here once I have once my bay's freed up again. These things are wedged on there pretty good. Might be able to take those off more easily. Probably some sort of special fancy puller that I don't own. Hey, that'll work. Tap it with a screwdriver there. And depending on what else I do, is that Jeep has had a oil pressure issue that I think has gotten a little better. I changed viscosity on it, and I think it cleared up a little bit. It it wasn't an issue that it had too little oil pressure. It actually had too much oil pressure, like all the time, which can also be not good. You know, it blows out seals and stuff. But like I said, I changed oil viscosity, and that seems to have cleared it up a little bit. But, so, depending on how masochistic I'm feeling this winter, I may pull the power pack out of that so that I can, and actually I have a head gasket set for that, so I could pop the head off and do a valve job on it if I were so inclined. I need something that fits over that. 11mm socket, maybe. Well, here's the thing about it. I mean, typically, if you have, like, okay, so for example, that Ford tractor back there, which is 1956, typically when you have engines that have larger tolerances, so there's more space between the parts, you know, the rotating parts and the bearings and whatnot, you run thicker oil, so higher viscosity, because there's more room for it to flow, whereas newer stuff with tighter tolerances and less space between the parts, you need lower viscosity, obviously. The 151 was originally spec'd for straight 30 weight. I have no idea what was in it when I got it, but the military service manual, when it was updated in the 80s, you spec'd for 15W40, so like a pretty standard it's not looking great. But I didn't wreck that seal. So I had put after I got it and I got it running, I'd changed the oil in it, and well, the manual says 1540, so I put 1540 in it. And when I got the oil pressure gauge hooked up in it again, it was reading like, because the oil pressure gauge on that only goes up to 60 psi, and started up and the thing would peg. So I got a mechanical gauge that went up to like 100, 120, something like that. Hooked that up, ran it, and it was running like 75 psi all the time, which is way too high. So, but I was glad that it just had oil pressure. I figured, maybe it's got a stuck oil, pressure regulator in the pump or something. And but I just earlier this year changed it out to 10W30, and it now only runs like 25 or 30 psi all the time, which is still technically, it shouldn't idle that high, but it's better. So it may still have like a stuck regulator or something. But yeah, actually to go back around to the tractor engine and your question, yeah, as things wear, you do sometimes have to go up in viscosity to maintain oil pressure. So like that tractor, I had either 530 or 1030 in it, and it would lose oil pressure when it idled, when it was warm out. And if you ran the RPMs up, it would be fine. But if you dropped it back down to idle, the oil pressure would go. So I bumped it up to either had 530 and I bumped it to 1030, or it had 1030 and I bumped it to 1540. And that got rid of the oil pressure problem. Can't quite tell. That's gonna seal. I think that's on squarely. Hey Joel. V-Gates, how are you? Okay. Permission granted to chill, I suppose. Not that you necessarily need my permission, but hey, go nuts. I won't judge. Yeah, I think I didn't need to hammer on that one quite so much. Yeah, tits. Alright, well, this one doesn't look like it's in bad shape, so... Alright, so this is the right side head. Is it? No. Yes, no. No? The fuck? That's up. Oh, yeah, it is the right head side. Dumbass. It is the right side head because this is outside and that's inside, so this is right. Okay, so this is cylinder number 1. I have the front valve. Is that the one I cocked up on? No. Let's start at the one I cocked up on. Let's start cylinder number 3 rear. Our new lapped valve from last night. Yeah, it looks okay. I think that'll do. Cylinder 3 rear. Spring keepers. Or jam jars. Jam jar. Stoner. Wrenchy, wrenchy. Good evening. Okay. Welcome back. Derp. Derp, derp, derp. This is the tricky bit. These bastard little keepers back in their spots. There we go. There's one. And there they've fallen out again. Shit. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, presumably European standards are similar to US standards in that, you know, the viscosity on the bottle, right? Whether it's a 530 or 1030 or what have you, the viscosity is still the same. It might have different additives in it, but like for example, I changed the oil in my new Outback the other day and had a little bit of this left over, and this was all they had at the store, so it's the same price. Who gives a crap? But they're both 530. And so the viscosity is going to be pretty much the same. This one might have different additives in it to supposedly, whatever it says it does. What does it say it does? There we go. Fortified with seal conditioner to help prevent leaks, blah, blah, blah. Does it do anything? The viscosity should be the same. Maybe it is thinner. Who knows? But if it's the same viscosity and just branded as high mileage, it shouldn't be any thinner than regular. But like I said, when things start to wear and the clearances increase, and depending on the motor and various and sundry other things, it may not even become a problem where you're having oil pressure loss because of bearing wear and increased clearances. But if you were, you would definitely not put a thinner oil in. Obviously you'd want a thicker one to maintain the same oil pressure in the larger clearances. Could be. Old, depending on how long you run it and what kind of conditions you run it. I don't know if you're running a diesel or not. 1040 definitely sounds very European. That's not really something that we see a whole lot over here. At least not something that I see a whole lot over here. The old oil will pick up dirt and carbon and all that happy stuff. So it could just be that the old oil is a little thicker. Okay. Let's see, so this is cylinder 3 front. It's funny that that oil jug says, "Oh, high mileage for vehicles with over 75,000 miles." The Outback that I got the other month has 177 on it. My Impreza that I've had for 11 years, that's about right, 10 or 11 years now, has 185. And my neighbor's car here, the original motor had like 180 or 190 or something. I don't think it was over 200 yet, but it was, within spitting distance of 200 miles. It's like 75,000, nothing. The service advisor at work was telling me about a customer he talked to the other day that was... Yeah, there's some stupid high mileage Volvos out there too. My service advisor was talking to somebody the other day. I don't remember what kind of car it was, but he said they were... Hydra Survive, hello, how are you? I'm not sure if it was one that they owned or if it was a lease or something, but I think it like needed some of the brakes replaced at like 44,000 miles, which is all right. And I've seen people get positively absurd mileage out of brakes and tires and stuff, but these folks were like, "Well, we're thinking of He told him it needed brakes, and like, well, we're actually thinking about getting rid of it since the mileage is getting up there. Like, it's got 44,000 miles on it. What's the matter with you? Hell, my dad's got a little Nissan pickup truck that just turned over. God damn it! I think it turned over 200,000 last year, and he said, "Yeah, I'll keep it till 250 and start shopping for something." Like, oh, you have 44,000 miles on it. Time to trade it in. What's the matter with you? Yeah, the Outback that I picked up is, like I said, is an automatic, and I've been driving almost exclusively stick for the last 15 years. It's definitely a noticeable difference how much you use the brake in an automatic car as opposed to a manual car. Damn it. I wonder if I should get my grease pot out and try to stick these on just with a little bit of chassis grease rather than trying to hold them on with my fingers. Yeah, my insurance isn't too bad. It's not like I'm driving anything super high performance or anything like that. Yeah, my Impreza with the 2.2 probably not breaking 150 horsepower. Duh. I'm actually not sure what I'm going to be paying for the Outback in addition to my Impreza, but for the longest time I've had my Impreza and a little Ford Ranger. That's only cost me like $600-ish a month, or $600 a year rather, a month. Jeez. It's like half my mortgage. $600 a month. God damn it. Alright, next one gets a grease pot. Son of a bitch. God damn it, that's jammed in there. Alright, changed my mind. This one's getting the grease pot. A pain. $211 a month. Jeez. You know, my coworkers' kids, they first got a WRX. You may still be paying, you know, exorbitant amounts for it, but he was paying. Of course, he also had a lot of accidents on his record, but he was paying as much for his insurance a month on the WRX that I paid for 2 vehicles in a year. Motherfucker. Pushed in a little bit too much. A smart car. Ugh. Don't do that. They're terrible. I had to inspect one of those things this morning. Oh, what an awful car. Get like anything else. Get a... Are you in the States, Hydro, or across the pond? I mean, I'd say like get a freaking old used Honda or something. I haven't ever worked with hydropneumatic suspension to the best of my knowledge. Is that like a Renault thing? UK? Yeah. You do registration by horsepower? No. Starter car gets some. No. I don't know if you have the same kind of beater Honda culture that we do, but oh man. Like I said, I worked on a smart car today. They are terrible. Citroen, that's it. Well, yeah, if you put the Hayabusa motor in it, that's one thing, but the stockers? Awful. Awful, awful, awful. Yeah, absolutely. Civics. Nice. Turbo error Firebat? You mean these valves? Yeah. They had a meet and greet with the piston tops. Yeah, you would think that a smart car should be like driving a go-kart, but at least the ones in the US are not. Yeah, timing belt. Timing belt didn't actually break, or at least if it did, it was replaced, but it was replaced about 8 teeth out of time, and then Knucklehead tried to start it, and apparently got it running a little bit, but he said, "Oh, it runs terrible. Sounds like it's only running on one cylinder," while the exhaust valves are beating themselves to death against the pistons. I think a Mini Cooper, at least the US domestic market ones, that's got to be a terrible starter car. Freaking little miniaturized BMW piece of shit. I don't really like minis either. Which is why I have a Subaru motor torn down and not, you know, whatever the hell a mini gets. Kind of BMW four-banger nonsense. God damn it. Don't fall out, you bastard. God damn it. These are a lot easier to disassemble than they are to put back together. Ah, piss. Oh, back to the grease. That seemed to kind of work on the other one. Take a crack at it here again. half this much trouble with the intakes. The fuck. Alright. Chassis grease it is. That's the trick. Yeah, that's what I'm starting to do. Funny as before most of y'all showed up, I had all the intakes off just to lap the valves real quick, and I didn't have near this much trouble getting them back together. These exhaust, for some reason, are being a royal pain. Yeah. Keep the grease pot over here. Where'd that dirt come from? Yeah, having a dab of grease on the end of the valve definitely seems to be helping. We will continue to do that as we move on to cylinders 2 and 4. Yay! The exhaust valve's actually closed now. Huzzah! Fantastic. I don't suppose any of you folks have a service manual lying around for a 2000 Outback. Probably too much to ask. Firebat and Hydro Survive, thanks for following. Be welcome here. I need the I want to get torque values for the the rocker shafts. I don't know if Auto Data will have it or not. If nobody has it, like, I mean, literally lying open to the page on Valve Train next to them, don't worry about it. As I have a PDF of the service manual on my desktop in the house. But I just gotta, and really I should have printed out the relevant stuff before I came out here, but I didn't. So vroom vroom. Okay. Hey, maybe I won't have to run back into the house. Forget who it was the other week when I was just starting in on this. Somebody looking up spark plug specs for me. Yeah, I have service manuals for this. Like I said, downloaded is just in the house and not out here. But if you've got the PDF open, Dutch, yeah, I just need the torque values for the rocker arms. Was that you? Okay. Doesn't list rocker specs. Okay, no problem. I can, oh, jeez. Yeah, like I said, I already have it downloaded. I just neglected to pull up the relevant stuff when I was eating lunch today after work. Roll the rockers. Oh. Thought everybody in Europe had, like, stupid fast internet. It could be Firebat. It's just a plain Jane. Well, this is what one of the heads looks like. There's a block. It's just a plain Jane EJ251 06. It's mostly the same. It's similar enough that, you know, you get the idea. They changed them up a little bit in '05, I think. You're welcome to keep your Audi, sir. This is the valve cover from actually the other head, this car, and this is off of a 06 or 07. They changed up the way it bolts on a little bit. It doesn't have that center bolt anymore, but it has two on the outsides in the center. This was off of my sister's old car. That I broke the casting a little bit when I was doing head gaskets on it. So it's similar, not 100% the same, but similar. Where? Here it is. Sorry. Had some flavor of Audi in the shop this morning. I was getting winter tires put on. That may have been an S5. Y'all are more than welcome to keep your Audis as far as I'm concerned. Put the bolts for the exhaust rocker and what's in there? It's a left-hand rocker. There's the exhaust side. Yeah, I've pretty much only driven on all seasons, but my Impreza has all-terrain tires on it, General Grabber ATs or AT2s. And I just put an old set of Yokohama Geolanders that I'd taken off of the Impreza onto my new Outback. All-wheel drive and a modicum of skill. Don't really see the need for snow tires particularly. Most of the time, if it's too bad, I just stay home to check the learn to strafe. Not too bad so far. Almost got one head together on this thing. Hopefully get the other one finished up before the night's over, and maybe throw these back on the motor. Alright, where the devil? I have two small Sharpies there. Where's my big Sharpie? I don't know. I know I have a big Sharpie around here somewhere. It's not jumping itself out at me. That's annoying. Oh, what a pest. Hour 47 and the camera's still running. When? Nuts. There it is. Oh, there. Yeah, no kidding. Squeaky, squeaky. Or, you know, just learn to put things back where I find them. Where the hell did I leave that wrench? Fuck if I know. Swoot. Alright. I shall return as soon as I've acquired some caffeine. See you in a bit. have returned. I'll tell you what, that's how, when I was taking auto tech classes, that's how the shop teacher told us to bleed brakes. You know, you run the thing up on the lift. You know, make sure the reservoir is full. Run the thing up on the lift. Crack the bleeders open. Go have a cup of coffee. Gravity bled. You know what's so great about it? The great thing is that it's like the cheapest live stream ever. Not sponsored by, but Tauflader mouse mug. Yeah, maybe you have the vacuum stuff for hard stuff, but I mean, for like 90% of vehicles, you can just crack the bleeder open and leave it sit. And, you know, just top off the fluid a little bit. All right. Yep, that's the one. Said I don't know him personally or anything. He's not like he's sponsoring me, but. All right, where were we? Automation, yeah. I play around with the engine builder sometimes. I'm waiting for them to come out with boxer motors. Like, chomping at the bit, man. Hurry it up. Yeah, cardboard fire. Hopefully not. Yeah. I figure, you know, you got the fire going there, so there's a little bit of motion on it yet, and you know, I don't have a streaming computer out here, so what else am I going to do except handwrite a sign and stick it up there? Are they going to do rotary motors in automation? T5 is 18.1 plus or minus 1.4 foot-pounds. Can we go that low? Yeah, we can go reasonable facsimile. 16, 17. What did I say? 18.1. We can do that. I just ran in and printed out the stuff that I should have printed out when I was taking a nap this afternoon. Just probably some stuff that I won't use tonight. You know, the timing belt stuff, but just for bolt torques, pretty much, and should be valve clearances. We're live for 2 hours and 1 minute. Man, you know, I don't know what the deal was with the with this camera last night, but going strong so far tonight. one done. I'll leave that set. Now, let's see here. So, according to this, valve clearance is... Get my feeler gauges. More than one set of these. Where did they go? I found them. Also, 0.20 millimeters. 889, 381, 250, 203, 254, 20 and 25. So I've got 203, which is 8 thou, which is near as damn it to 79 thou, and I've got 0.254, which is close enough to 0.25, and which is 10 thou, which is near as damn it to 98 thou. So that's the two that I need. Intake. What's out of I got? Okay, so I've got intake. So we'll do that first. Intake clearance is 0.20 millimeters or 8. Oh, there's one stuck under there. Hang on a minute. That's 0.229 9 thou. No. So I don't need you. Just need 8 thou and 10 thou. So 8 thou on the intakes. Those are pretty close. There's definitely a lot less play in the, a lot less clearance on these now that the valves aren't bent. That's gonna be probably like an 8 or 9 or something. Maybe a 10. That's a 10. 10 out of 10. Just in case I do need to change anything, but I don't. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Exhaust side, and it might be just that could stand to be a hair tighter. And other valve could stand to be a hair looser. Phew. $1,200 just on video cards? Holy shit. Does that mean you're gonna... and monitor, okay. Does that mean you're gonna wait for the 1080 Ti's, or are you going to get one of them, or are you gonna wait for the 1080 Ti's and get a regular 1080 when the price goes down? Maybe. It needs to open up a little bit, and that needs to open up a little bit. Good thing we're checking these. Yeah, of course. That went up a little too far. Cool. Clean these spark plug tube seals off a little bit. We're almost done with the right side head. Cool. Back in your box. It's a shame that I didn't have my streaming rig set up quite correctly when I was doing the valves on the 151. I actually had that sitting there idling back when I could actually get the damn thing to idle. Tundra Shadow. Whoop. Thanks for following. How bent were the last valves? I think the left side were not quite as bad as the right side. I think these were on the left, and I think these that had more carbon on them were on the right. Admittedly, this is not a. I have a reasonably flat surface right here. Good. Yeah. You could get out a dial indicator or some damn thing, but some of them are. Get it. Might be a little hard to tell there, but like, yeah, this one. Well, that might show it a little better. That one's definitely bent. They all are to some degree. That one's pretty bad. That one's pretty bad. That one on the end's out a little bit. I don't like I said, I don't think the last four were quite as bad as the first four. Yeah. Yeah, may make some key racks out of these or something. Heat it up, give it a little tap, good as new, put them on eBay. Make $10. Well, now we've both seen bent valves. As, I've never had a motor part to I've actually haven't done a valve job on anything before. I haven't had one apart that's had bad valves. Ugh. The only Subarus that I've had this far apart were for leaky head gaskets. So I got them this far, and then sent the heads off to the machine shop. I wonder if I can get that. A lot of schmoo there. That would make my life a lot easier. Reasonably confident. I mean, you know, it is a junkyard motor, and did have, you know, the timing way off. I mean, we're fixing the obvious stuff, but I mean, for all I know, I could get it and fire it up, and it'll have a rod knock or something stupid like that. But being as that I've had a couple of these apart, at least to this degree before, oh, that sounds harsh. Yeah, I mean, given that I actually have some idea what I'm doing, there's always room for surprises, but yeah, this one wasn't, and I think that is not metric. Oops. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I've done done 3 timing belt jobs on Subarus that were just timing belt jobs, and I've done a further 2 head gasket jobs. That, you know, got both of them running again. The only thing I wish I'd done differently on this one was get the bore scope out a little sooner. I wish I would have seen that before I talked to the guy the first time. Which, I mean, like, he was cool. He was cool about it, but I didn't 100% check all my bases before I thought I had my shit together. I think we'll be all right. That is true. We're doing it. 2 minutes 21. Not that I'm complaining about the phone still chooching along, but kind of wish I know I was fucking up yesterday. Be my guest. Might run in and nuke myself some more fried chicken at some point later on. Definitely tell which way gravity goes in this thing. Dirt and oil. So, given that when I put the bore scope down through here when the heads were still on, and I could see, I couldn't see up here where the intakes are. Well, I couldn't see any of the valves at all. I could only see the piston head. But since the intakes are up on the top of the cylinder, I couldn't see the upper part of the cylinder head or the piston head, but I could see the bottom half, and every single piston had two little divots on the bottom of the head from the valves. So that's it hit. That's going to be a problem. And then taking the valves off, or taking the heads off, we could, you could set it up and look through the exhaust. These are the intakes, obviously, but you could set it up and look through the exhaust ports and shine a light underneath, and pretty obviously see that there was light coming up through the valves. So light is not technically a fluid, to the best of my knowledge. So no, I did not do any kind of fluid testing. Just said, yep, every single exhaust valve is going to go. The intakes look all right. So carry on. I lapped the, and I'm gonna do again here on this one shortly. But I popped the intake valves out one by one and just lapped them in real quick. Just because, I have the heads off and I might as well. But they seem to lap up okay, so I'm not anticipating any major problems with the intakes. But yeah, it was pretty obvious that every single find a particularly bad one. It was, and not only do you have the carbon popped off of it, but when these were sitting in the head, it's hard to see there, but like I said, when they were sitting in the head and you could see light underneath one edge, it was pretty obvious that they were done. Toasted. There it is. Doink. There it is. Yeah. Some of them are bent to a greater degree than others, but they're all bent. So these don't have any. They don't have any kind of popping or stress marks, and they seem to do just fine. Yep. Not the world's cleanest chunk of plastic, but fortunately it has cutouts in the piston for the intakes. Unfortunately, it doesn't have cutouts in the piston for the exhaust valves. But what are you going to do? Can't have everything, I guess. Where's my Scotch-Brite? As I learned earlier, I'll do it before I put the lapping compound on, but figured out earlier that I need to clean off the face of the valve, or the, I guess that would be the face, bottom rather, or else the suction cup doesn't stick very well. Yep, pump off. Yeah. Very zen until your hands start to ache. That one's done. Basically that, yeah. You're, it's probably not quite as big a deal with the ones that have still been in there, but yeah, you're basically, you know, where they meet, you're honing away, you know, a little bit of a material so that they, yeah, it do like to do some autofocus, don't it? You're basically sort of using the valve and the seat in the head to machine each other into a nice matching unit. Cut the glove. Bummer. I forget who it was yesterday said that they could hear the focus motor running. Which, I don't know, maybe you can. I don't have don't usually watch the VODs back much, and I don't have any audio turned on. You know, I'm watching the stream on my tablet, but I don't have the audio turned up because feedback. See, I don't know. But the long and short of it is not a whole lot I can do about it, so. Yes, sir, it is, Spectre. Ghost Dave. This is the left-hand head. Right side is done and back together and sitting in its box on the floor because it's been naughty. And apparently that's what I do with bad things around here. Put them in boxes. With any luck whatsoever, might actually be running by the end of the weekend, which is tomorrow, but there's daylight savings time between now and then, so who knows what'll happen. Pleasantly surprised to get the rest of the new parts that I need, you know, head gaskets and those other things that I ordered. Intake gaskets, valve seals, timing belt tensioner. Wake up at 3 and go to work and say, I'm an hour early. Derp. I'm gonna have to get the grease out again. Maybe. Didn't have any trouble doing the intakes on the other one. Putting the new exhaust valves in, these keepers just gave me endless grief. May just go back to grease again. Little bastard, come on. Where's the grease pot? Back here. Yeah. Oh, you bastard. Come on. There we go. No, I haven't had any, none of these valve springs anyway. There's really, I don't know if any other valve spring tools are different. I know there's some that like have like a vice grip clamp on them almost. Wow. But this tool seems to, I mean, it's not like they're, you know, ultra heavy duty race springs or diesel springs or anything like that, but they don't seem to be either not super ultra heavy duty, or this tool just keeps them in check well enough until all the tension's off. But, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Firebat. Welcome to come and hang out whenever I'm around and you're not otherwise engaged. I had of course since I mostly do put suction cup on valve, move to the next one, lick suction cup, put suction cup on valve. So zen in the art of valve lapping. A little repetitive, but maybe relaxing. Like I said, I do mostly suspension work, so you know, McPherson struts and all that. And we have a big, I think it's a Brannock brand strut compressor mounted on the one wall, and I've only ever had, well, I won't say that because I've had a couple that slipped out, but none that actually, you know, either hit me or left the machine. Tow it and roll. But I can't remember what it was, it's been a while, but I had one that I had the spring compressed and either, you know, wasn't in squarely or something, but it popped out of the spring compressor and well, it didn't exactly pop out so much as that because the spring compressor has three jaws on the top and 3 jaws on the bottom that hold the spring. Then a big Acme screw crushes the thing down, and it didn't so much as like just pop out of the jaws because they're more heavy duty than that, but it actually it kicked a little bit, and that gave it enough momentum to it actually unwound itself from the spring compressor. So it unwinds, and I'm standing off to the right side of the spring compressor, so it's over here. So it unwinds, glances off my thigh on my left leg, and shoots off down the hallway. Just about shit myself. But that's the worst spring issue that I've ever had. Although I've heard horror stories from some of the other guys that have been doing it for longer than I have. They had a spring get out of the compressor once and shoot across the bay where their snap-on guy was working on a emissions dying or something. And fortunately, he was bent over working on the thing because it embedded itself in the wall like 2 feet over his head. The most special car I've ever worked on. Oh yeah, tires are... And yeah, don't stick your fingers in between the wheel and the bead of the tire to stuff grease in it when you haven't seated the beads yet, because that's a real good way to lose a finger or 3. Most special car I've ever worked on. In terms of like uniqueness or monetary value, or I mean, I've had the opportunity to work on a lot of oddball stuff. Damn it. You know, antique stuff from time to time, and no special way of construction. So, like the least or the most sort of abnormal, out of the ordinary. That's a good question. I have to think about that. Well, I mean, there was that smart car I had in today, and those are definitely special. Perhaps not in a good way, but perhaps in a padded walls kind of way. The automatic manual transmission. Thing is like driving a dump truck. If you're gonna give me a friggin' manual transmission, let me shift it, because I'll do a damn sight better job than the computer will. And a lot of the British cars have your Triumphs and Jags and MGs and stuff tend to have, at least with respect to suspension, which I see more than most other things, tend to have some common design features that you don't see on American cars a lot. It's like I probably saw more Triumphs and Jags than I did MGs. Adjust caster, you know. Take out these impossible shims on the upper control arm and swap them front to back, and I forget where the camber adjustment was. Rubber cone suspension, yeah. Seen that on trailers. Oh. I think if I've seen that on any cars that came in. It's funny you should say that, Dutch. As I had a... Oh, that glove up again. I had a 1977 Corvette in, came in first last Saturday, and then it came in again on Monday or Tuesday for wheel alignment, as the guy had, basically done was like 95% of the way through a frame-off restoration. Is that right? Wow. Somehow that doesn't surprise me, but so basically, Chevrolet has used, and they don't have it on anything anymore, thank God, but they used basically the same suspension system on every single light vehicle that they made for like the better part of 50 years. Short long arm, coil spring between the lower control arm and the frame, and shims under the upper control arm. Every single friggin' vehicle. The trucks were the same, the cars were the same, everything. Unless it had like a solid axle under the front. It's all the same. Such that the Corvette had the same basic suspension as and they started phasing it out. They phased it out in the cars once they started going to McPherson struts, like in the 80s. And it stayed in some of the full-size cars a little longer. The trucks, full-size trucks, had it up into the late 90s. Well, actually, no. Mid-90s. They changed over to have eccentric cams on the control arms. But Chevy S10 two-wheel drive had shims on the upper control arm until they killed them off in like 05 or something. Monza. I don't think we were actually talking about Monzas at work the other day. I don't think I've actually ever had one in. They're kind of little oddball things, aren't they? Aren't they too? I don't remember what their deal was. Yeah, basically Firebat. Corvette probably, I mean, they're 1977, so it's not like, it's not anything like they are now. They're actually from an alignment point of view, they're actually pretty nice anymore. One of the vehicles that GM actually puts a little bit of QC into. That's a small one. Oh geez, people put LS engines into like anything. Have a Ford, put an LS engine in it. Have a Mopar, put an LS engine in it. Have a Honda, put an LS engine in it. Have an airplane, put an LS engine in it. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it at all that somebody had put a lawnmower in lawnmower in an LS engine. You might be able to do that actually. A LS engine in a lawnmower. V8 bar stool. Did somebody make a like a motorized keg cooler or something too? I seem to recall. With respect to tannerite, always be responsible with that. Don't be too close. Don't put it in any kind of metal container. Don't use too much. Be safe, have fun. There's a guy, I don't remember where exactly, but took like 20 or 30 pounds of the stuff and put it in an old lawnmower and shot it from like 20 yards or something like that. Chunk of lawnmower shrapnel. Lost a leg or an arm or something. So long as you're far enough away to be safe, you know, you can pack it in there, but, you know, you gotta be respectful of it. Like I said, this dude with a lawnmower, you know, set the stuff off, too much of it, inside a metal enclosure. Yeah. It wasn't that. That may have just been this year. But just really stupid thing to do. Way too much, way too close, and in a metal enclosure yet. And yeah, son got hit but good with shrapnel from the lawnmower. Whew, yeah. Yeah, distance is your friend. Don't do that. It's possibly the only advantage that a handle style squeeze compressor might have over this is that it's not going to rotate quite as easily. Message the newly set valve for seating and grease correct. Say again, please? I don't follow. Yeah, that guy's lucky he didn't get dead. Seating and grease. Message the newly set valve for seating and grease. I'm not clear on what you're saying there, Firebat. have not had a... You mean massage? Would be M-A-S-S-A-G-E, not M-E-S-S-A-G-E. We're sort of massaging the valves. You could you could think of it that way. I would perhaps not recommend massaging anyone you care to have a relationship with abrasive paste. They may not appreciate that as much as your motor will. I have not had an SVX. Yes, we are lapping the valves, Firebat. Doesn't need a whole lot on these intakes, but the exhaust valves needed to be done in a little bit. Yeah, they pretty well are. They show up on like eBay and whatnot from time to time. Actually, I had a Craigslist search alert set up for a while for while I was looking for my Outback for Subaru H6, in the area, and I'm pretty sure a couple of SVXs, or at least one popped up. Probably not a couple, but there's at least one that sort of, hey, look, you could have this thing. It's like, not exactly what I was looking for, but thanks. How are we doing? 303. Over-engineered, you mean sort of like the looks? Alright, haven't had a whole lot of experience with them. They're unique looking, I'll give you that much. Did it? I didn't know that the SVX had four-wheel steer. We had my Autotech class, we had a Prelude had four-wheel steering? No shit. Must have been like a special one. We had a Nissan 200Z? A little Nissan two-door with a twin-turbo V6. that had rear wheel steer. We actually, our shop teacher actually put it up on, picked it up on the lift and got in it and ran it on the lift and ran the 300. That's it. Yeah, Rivet's not kidding, Predator. You got to respect that stuff and be safe with it. Even setting aside, figures of authority. But shop teacher picked up the 300Z and ran it up to speed and ran the steering back and forth, and it was very, very slight, but you could just see the rear wheels doing that as he was running it. At least the one that we had I'm pretty sure it was a 300Z. Yeah, it didn't turn very much. Spam of the ham. Thanks for following. Pretty sure that's what it was. It was a yep, it was a 300Z. Ours unfortunately was not titleable, so it had been donated either by Nissan or by a dealership or somebody, to the school, and I'm pretty sure it was one of the ones with a 3-liter V6. Thought ours was a twin turbo. Yeah, rear wheel steer is going to be something that's going to be a pain in the ass to adjust at all. It's going to be, at least modern ones are going to be all computer controlled. Was it just a twin scroll and not actually twin turbos? Okay, so it was the second, so it would have been like a early mid-90s one, had the twin turbo V6. Yeah, four-wheel steer isn't particularly common. Yeah, one of those cars. Yeah, four-wheel steer isn't very common. The GM tried it in the early mid-2000s for a little while on, strangely enough, some of their 1500 pickup trucks, like the half-ton trucks, because it was supposed to be, it's good for towing and whatnot. You can, tighter turning circles and easier to line up on your trailer and easier to maneuver your trailer into tight spots, and it didn't sell for shit. There's, I think in the last 11 years that I've been at the shop, I've seen one come in for any kind of work, and it's like, I can't really even align this because I don't have all the, I don't have all the special computer equipment to figure out, to tell it where. I might be able to do it with the Snap-on scan tool, but yeah, it's like you gotta set a scan tool up to tell it where the hell center is on the rear axle so that you can do all the toe adjustments. I mean, on like, a forklift or something? Sure. I can see that being useful. On a on a consumer production truck? No. That's you're not gonna sell that many because it's too friggin' expensive, and you can't just take it. You have to go back to the dealer. Now the dealer's got to get all this special shit to work on them. Do you see any of the forklifts with the those like Omni wheels, or those too small for what you work with? Yeah, I've seen Euro stuff. We'll have like two steer axles on the front, which is bizarre looking, but there you go. Yeah. Those are really bizarre looking. Like, if you drive the wheels the right way, it'll actually go sideways and on diagonals and all kinds of weird shit. Yeah, I figure they're not gonna be on like a 45,000 pound truck. Oh, there goes the tinnitus again. Nate Cleva. Thank you for following. Welcome. That's my left ear, so I can't blame it on the 22. Fair enough. Makes sense. All our heavy duty stuff is pretty much all the hasn't progressed a whole lot in the last 7 years or so. Do I have a spam? This is a Subaru EJ25 2.5 liter. Oh, let me see. You mean this? Is that what you're talking about? My grinding and lapping compound. Hey, right on. I'll dig it. I think, crap, what does that flag look like? Where is it? What's it on? Right on. I'm from Pennsylvania. bottom of the can. Yeah, Pennsylvania. Stick, damn you. Surely it's less than 20 hours. Hang on. We used to do Pennsylvania to Paris, Tennessee in 2 days, and that was just because, you know, I was 6 and my sister was 2. Nope, I'm not showing my map there. Ah, shit. Directions. Yeah, come on, give me directions. Oh, from. Okay, home. Yeah, it can't be anywhere near 20 hours. Google says it's only 13 and a half to Paris, and there's not a whole lot of, we usually went through Kentucky anyway, there's not a whole lot of Kentucky west of Paris, so you've got to be within 12 hours. How we doing? 1318. 318. Wow. Alright, Dutch. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe we'll see you again sometime. I'll probably be back at it again this time tomorrow. You're welcome to hang out anytime. $8 hours to northeast Pennsylvania from... Well, you must be in like East Kentucky then. It was from southeast Pennsylvania. It's, like I said, it's 13 and a half to West Tennessee. Las Vegas to Frisco. Or Las Vegas from Frisco. I haven't been to Cali in a while. Pop these the rest of these exhaust seals off. There we go. Come on, you. Yeah, never been to Vegas. I've been to LA before. I flew out then. And oh geez. My aunt and uncle, my mom's side, are in Utah. We drove. Cousins had come out to New York to spend the summer with my grandmother, and the one year we all drove out to Utah to take them back. Oh, that was a long trip. And out in the Midwest, miles and miles and nothing. Whew. I've seen both oceans. I've seen the Atlantic and the Pacific. I didn't spend a whole lot of time in LA. I landed at LAX, and my dad was out on business there. I was just visiting for a couple of days, just to. Oh, you want to run around, hit some museums, and yeah, sure. Went out and went down to. Oh, the one pier there on down outside of Hollywood. So saw the Pacific Ocean from there, and then we went up to Chino. It's kind of the impetus for it was. The major attraction was the Plains of Fame Museum. So we went up there and saw that. That was cool and fun and everything. Very bright and sunny in California, in that part of California. Boy. So sunny it gave me a headache. Worst places, oh dear. Okay. Time to do the valves. Let's start with cylinder number 2. That's a good reason to avoid bodies of water. Let's see, this is number 4. So 250. Yeah, alphas are not common. It's just been bloody ages since I've sold them in the States. don't remember if I put it on. I'm kind of thinking I didn't. I wish I would have remembered it earlier when we were talking about weird shit. But, I mean, you could import something if it were older than 25 years. Balls. God damn it. Every now and again you hear rumors of, oh, they're trying to bring Alpha back to the United States. I don't think it ever amounts to anything. It's not quite seated. Get up in there, you bastard. Nope. Are you in backwards? Yes, you are. Flipped right, turned upside down. There we go. Yeah, basically all the safety and emissions standards for imported stuff is exempted once it's 25 years old. While you're starting to see skylines popping up legal, actual, not, gray market shit, but actual legal ones popping up now. Because skylines for some reason are ludicrously popular. Go figure. Tray and a half. Four rear. Two rear. It's not always that they're more or less strict. It's just that they're different. And if a vehicle doesn't, a vehicle within that 25-year window doesn't meet, these specific standards, it may be perfectly safe. The emissions may be not unreasonable, but unless it's like, the headlights have to be DOT and not E-code, you know, the lighting has to be specific, the mirrors and reflectors have to be specific, you know, the emissions have to be specifically this, and, you know, who cares if they're better or worse or whatever. Would you buy a recreational vehicle for Montana? Would you perhaps have 2 wives? Which one am I on? That's cylinder 2 rear valve. I would have liked to have seen Montana. But the 25-year thing is, once they get to that age, they're exempt from having to meet any of the, you know, NHTSA or EPA emission stuff. Montana's a pretty state. I've been there. It's Challenger SS. I don't know if I'd want to live there permanently or not, but I think I'd miss the trees and the rolling hills of Pennsylvania. But, it's rather flat, and then you get a little bit of rolling hills with no trees, and then boom, mountains. Not any more dangerous than anywhere else. I mean, assuming you stay out of the cities, no worse than any place else. You know, we might get a tornado like every 10 years. Like, oh, there was a tornado, and it, you know, does jack all. You know, yeah, we get snow, we get hurricanes sometimes come up the coast, but they don't really do anything at that point. You know, it's just a big rain. You know, we don't get earthquakes, except for, you know, once every 20 years it knocks a lawn chair over. You know, the wildlife isn't really too bad. You know, out in the sticks, it's not that bad. Even most of the cities, you know, it's just select areas. You know, what with the poverty and all that. Oh dear. Oh my. Cylinder 4 front. Moving right along. Well, hey, if you want to live out in the middle of nowhere by yourself, then have we got some mountains for you. Internet, hit or miss. further out you are, the fewer options you have. Damn it. Jeez. Dwelling on that, eh? I don't think I've ever even seen that show. Come on, get in there, you little bastard. Ah! Shit. Don't knock that one out of place. Get up in your spot. Jeez. Get in there. You got top. There we go. See? It's hard. Never-ending grief. Isn't that what it was? It's the eternal grief. I don't remember. needless grief. I do it for you, chat. Or somebody does it for you, chat. Ugh. So much grief. They are nitrile, but very, very thick nitrile. If it says on the box or not. Super strong. Fair bit thicker than the nitriles I usually use. I don't have any of the latex ones I usually use here, but they're technically labeled as single use, but you can turn them back right side out and slip them on again if they're not broken. It's synthetic rubber, so they're more resistant to a lot of solvents. We use the latex ones at work mostly, and just keep like a couple of boxes of nitrile around, specifically for working with fuel. You get gasoline on natural latex rubber and it eats right through it. And not to mention, brake clean and other solvents. Yay! Oh, excuse me. Valves are done. Huzzah. Finally. Alright. Making progress. Might actually have these bolted up to the block tonight. 10 o'clock? Yeah, I can go for a while yet. I don't have to be anywhere early tomorrow. Let's see, that is the intake side. Oop. Weird set spring. There we go. They can live there now. Where did I put these bolts? There they are. Alright. Y'all can hash that out amongst yourselves. I don't have a whole lot to add on the subject. A lot of crap down there. That's peculiar. That's odd. He's, That's the damnedest thing. Oh, it's so stiff to turn. Alright, I need a different type. And about that size. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't already. Oh, I managed to get this rocker torqued down when it was when the intakes were partially open instead of right here where all the valves are closed, which is where I had it together on the other one. But it's fine. No problems. Now we can put the exhaust. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have anything like totally wrong before I put the exhaust rocker shaft in. Is okay. No worries. Let's see, it was 10th thou on the exhaust. 8. Who's okay? What's okay? I'm okay. You okay? Good. Pretty good. Those are pretty tight. Sounds about like my cats. Except less of, you know, less of the cat liking anything and more not giving a shit. Timing kit on. Can't put the timing stuff on until I get the heads back on, so no. Of course, refer to the thing I didn't print out. Fantastic. I have all the bits and bobs I need to put the timing back on. I mean, I have everything that I should need from this point out, but survived the truck? I mean, good name then, if so. My old roommate's cat was like that. He's really the only one that she tolerates. Boy, friggin' hip hurts. Head bolts refer to W6E1. Ooh. Alright, well, if I want to do anything else tonight, I gotta run back in and get the head bolt specs, so coffee break. Or, you know, smoke them if you got them or whatever. Burb. I think the pot's empty and I want to get to bed sometime before 2, so take this with me. I too have returned. Stupid moth. Oh! Put myself in the knot. Hours 10 without the stream. Damn. Oh, damn. I'm okay with it. You and you. Gaskets. Thank you. Glad to be back. Glad to be. Oh. Is it quite that much? I only got 40 hours in it. It feels like sometimes I spend as much time drawing as I do working. Antisocial eating. You can see me, but only from the waist down, and listen to me chew. Oh. My hip's killing me. Pulled that side first. I think I put those bolts in the box. So this side ought to be the ones that are just lying out on the bench there. I will need at bolts. That's 5 of them. Number 6. A little crusty. Hopefully it's just in the threads. Get that up on the wire wheel real quick. Oh. Nasty to clean out when I'm done with it. So last final quick clean here. I wonder if this didn't have the beginnings of a head gasket leak. Given all the black schmoo in the coolant jacket. Maybe. That's also the, this corner was the one that this bolt came out of that had all the rust on it. So there isn't really a good reason that any of the head bolts should be coming into contact with the with coolant. They shouldn't really be in contact with anything. If they are in contact with anything, it should be oil. So I kind of suspect that might have been starting to leak. You know, not quite externally yet, but just enough. What am I gonna do with this? I require a box. Clean box. This will do. Cleaned off. Heat gasket. Morning. Blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm glad to give you that warning in the inside the package that you can't return once you've opened it. It wants you to measure the old head gasket. We are 27 thou, which is 26,415. That's what we got. Cool. We are in business. Outside of the package, not returnable if open. Inside of the package, warning, make sure you measure the old head gasket to make sure you have the correct new head gasket. Fucking bastards. But fortunately enough, we have the correct ones. So, that is just Jim Dandy. Lines up pretty much. Give the head here one last swab. This side is a little tricky to get on. Freaking back of the timing cover's all busted up. Because that would be smart. It's actually not a bad idea, now that you mention it. So I gotta put this tray on the other side so all the shit doesn't fall out on the floor. So that's gonna be... At least I can... dump all the oil out of it. Good night, sir. Also, maybe take my tablet off. I haven't busted up a gasket yet. I don't know what you're talking about. Not a bad idea to throw new oil in this anyway. Dribbling clean out of that too. Forgot about those. Well, I gotta hit up Wally World for coolant anyway, so I got a jug of cheap oil and a filter oil in there. Somewhere I'm not going to kick it. Yeah, a little too late for that since that was full of old gear oil from the Jeep. So, don't think so. Thanks for playing. Came off that way. It'll be a pain in the ass. It's just O-ringed in there. Nice. Clicked on the wrong thing, got an advertisement. Because of course. Durr. Partially busted anyway. It's all still there, it's just not in great shape. Oh, the cartridge type. Yep. Need to find where these went before I put the what's it's back on. Don't put the valve cover back on until you found the things. Where the hell they went. I'm sure they're around somewhere. I'll probably be tomorrow anyway. Oh, goodness. What time is it? 11:15. And the phone's still chooching. 4.5. I don't know what the hell was up with that phone yesterday. I don't think it was Twitch, because the problem that I was having was, or at least the problem that I could see on my end, was I'd either look at the camera and the screen, the screen on the back's always on. I'd either look at that and the camera would be frozen. I could back out of the application. It's not like the whole phone was locked up, but the camera would be frozen. I wave my hand in front of it and it's just stuck on an image. And or I'd look over at Twitch and it would just be buffering. So I don't, unless there's something in the RTMP what's-its that I hope I'll be alive still. I'm not gonna. I'd like to get the other head set up on this, so as long as it takes me to torque this one up and spin this over again and get working on the other one. So. Alive, yes. Streaming, maybe. But probably for not a whole lot longer at that point. See, the first one is 22. I'm not gonna stay up for super long amount of time. I gotta get up and do stuff tomorrow. But we'll see. On here. This doesn't give its own instructions, does it? OE torque. Okay, cool. B. C. D. E. FYI, in case anyone cares. Porsche Cayman GT4, I am unfortunately not intimately familiar with. What terminals are you referring to? Step 3. No, step 2. 51 sequence. Oil spill not too long ago, not a major one, but it got on that part of the engine. So I don't... Oh, so you mean like electrical connectors? An oil spill on the battery. Does that have like so you're talking about just the battery terminals then? They look like... Jeez. They look kind of like that, where they're stamped, I assume, on a kind of stamped sheet metal and held together like that. Where's the negative? It's down in there somewhere. Kind of stamped steel like that and crimped onto the end of the cable. And depending on the battery, I mean, if it's just a metal clamp on the battery cable, you know, spilling oil on it, so long as you clean it up, really probably isn't going to do a whole lot to it. What you tend to see more often than not, and you know, just generally speaking, not specifically about a Porsche, but is more typically you'll see that the battery starts to leak, and it'll sort of capillary its way up into the terminal ends and into the cable, and that's where you get, you know, corrosion and damage and whatnot. Assuming that's what you're talking about. Though I would think that a Porsche would have a better sealed battery than. Yeah, I mean, battery terminals are pretty wear free unless they corrode, and more often than not that's going to be because the the battery's leaking. Step 3, back off all bolts by 180 degrees first, then back them off by 180 degrees again. So do that in order. That's 180. Oh. That's 180. B. C. And 180 again. 180. 180. Whoop. 180. 180. 180. Porsche. Tighten bolts A and B to 25 foot-pounds. Well, you're welcome. I don't promise that I will never pronounce it incorrectly, but A and B, 25. Okay. C, D, E, and F to 11. Oh dear. Let's see. What does this technically go to? It doesn't technically say. Okay. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. That may or may not be accurate, but 11's not a huge amount, so. Charlie Delta Echo Fox. Charlie. Delta. Go. Fox. 6. Tighten all bolts by 80 to 90 degrees in alphabetical sequence. Yep. Cue someone says, "There's a Jeep back there." Whoop, there's a ceiling over there. There we go. 80 to 90 degrees in sequence. There's. Belts. There's 90 thereabouts. This is C. Let's do. Measure 9, so 90 will be about A. That'll make it easier for me. There, E, there, F, right there, and then I think we do it again. So. Further tighten all bolts by 80 to 90 degrees in alphabetical sequence as shown below. This is the fun one. That's... Oh, no, I just did 180. Shit. Alright. Take a step back. Restart everything. Probably should. Nuts. Everybody call me on that. 90 when it's 180. Can't count on chat anymore. Who's watching me? I will leave that be for now. I'll redo it tomorrow if I feel like it. This is a an NA motor, yes. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, nothing fancy, just a regular EJ25 and an Outback. That's all. Nothing special. Quality China. Alright, get the other gasket, get the other head, try not to fuck up this time. And once I'm done not fucking up, I'll call it quits. Come back tomorrow when I'm fresher. Warning! Up is down, black is white, left is right. Hold on. Hello, Ribbit. I'm still here. We'll be for a few more minutes, anyway. As soon as I get this other head bolted up. And once that's done, I'm done because I'm tired. What are you nerding on? Okay. Ooh, 22. C. D. Dragon Ball. Would you have the episode going on the TV in the other room? You went and checked and they're still screaming? That's about all I know. One. 50C. 50D. Probably have to move my tablet before I knock it off. Break it. Although Twitch is the only thing that I seems to be able to run anymore. say I ever got into it myself. Okay. The part before I fucked up. Back off 180 degrees. I can do that. I can count to 180 degrees. 180. 180. 180. Yeah. It'll bounce once. I've already put a screen in this thing. And already dropped it at least once since I put the screen in. Yeah. And those screens are pretty tough until they're not. Oh, the second to last and the last step, you're supposed to go 90 degrees on each bolt in sequence, and then 90 degrees again in sequence, and I went 180 on each one in sequence, and then went to do it again, and then said, no, wait, I fucked up. So it might not be a big deal, but I'm too tired and have too little battery to go back and do that one again. So just gonna figure out. Put this side on, do this side correctly, and then go to bed. Yeah, this is the first screen I've ever broken. Okay. But, fortunately, these this LG G5 is hairy Taten balls. Cheers, mate. This LG G5, the bottom part of it, there's a little button that it unlatches, and you can slide this bottom piece off. The battery comes out with it, so hey, you can change the battery. That's cool. But then there's like 2 screws in the bottom and a couple of clips around the edge, and the screen lifts out. And then there's like a couple of more screws to change the screen assembly out. It's actually pretty easy. Easier than any of the other phones I've tried to work on. Where was I? Did I do this one? I think I did. Yeah. And the rest of them get 11. 4, 3, 12, 11. Yeah, the only other phone that I've managed to kill... Well, now you do. Sort of. I rather like it, to be honest. By and large. C, D. I did manage to kill, years ago. I may still have the carcass of it around somewhere. So I don't think we ever got around to shooting it. But I had one of the rugged Nextels. Yeah, no kidding. 11K. Let's look for that. But, I had one of the ruggedized Nextel phones, and I was walking by the alignment pit one day, which when I'm standing in the bottom of it, I can just about see over the toe boards, so it's probably 5.5 foot deep. So walking by the alignment pit, either bump my phone or go to put it back in the holster and miss, or go to take it out of the holster and it slips, falls out of my hand, hits the deck, bounces, and drops into the alignment pit. And that may have been in frame, but... And after that, it didn't work I'm trying to think. It would... I think it would shut off if you closed it. Something weird, but it didn't work anymore. I think after that I got my first smartphone. Okay, so that's 90. I'm not gonna fuck this up this time. So I wanna go here. 90 and 90. 90. 90. And then again. That was the part where I fucked up. Instead of doing 90 each way, I did 180 each way and then oh shit. It may be okay. I'll worry about it tomorrow. Not a whole lot I can do about it tonight, no matter what I decide. 90-ish. 90-ish. CD. There. Done. I've actually started to be sort of an early adopter for smartphones for some reason. Usually by the time the contract's up, I'm pretty well worn the thing out. Yeah, you don't matter. You're just an oil can. Nobody likes you anyway. Certainly not me. But there again, I can afford to splurge on a new phone every couple, 3 years. Nothing wrong with getting used. That's how I've gotten all my cars so far. Alright. It's a motor again. I'm going to bed. Probably, hopefully. Well, I'll be damned. Made it through another exciting evening. 5 hours. That's got to be one of my longer streams. Anywho. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for hanging out, etc., etc. Yeah, that's all I got to say. Yeah, that's about how I feel, Ribbit. Although, like I said, on this LG, I can actually change the battery again. So I think my last phone I couldn't. The phone that I'm streaming on now, I can't change the battery on it easily anyway. You have to take the whole stupid thing apart. The two before that had little back plates you could take off that gave you battery access. But yeah, it gets to a point where stuff stops working right. Yep. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, probably about the same time. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna do an early morning stream, that's for sure. My dad's coming over after lunch to help me take a tree down, so probably when we're done with that, I'll clean up a little bit and come back in here and keep on working. So, yep, that's it. Stream over. Good night. Turn out the fire. Woof.